to another live stream. I'm home today. I was just extremely tired. Like, what the fuck? I can't go to school today. So, I'm here. Awesome. So, we're gonna quickly take my stuff, and I'll be back. Alright, I'm back. At school today, they're both making Russian buttercream.
Look at you. You been having a good time, mister? Have fun, partner.
You can duel people, though, which I like. Maybe I should duel more people.
Morning, partner.
Oh, that triggers me when people have disorganized.
A very good morning to you. You have a problem? Beg your pardon. This wasn't some common threat.
Fine day to you.
The Imperial guards found him hiding in the abandoned villa's wine cellar, clutching a small vial of poison in his trembling hand. This wasn't some common criminal or political rebel. This was Sport, barely 20 years old, once the Empress of Rome, about to take his own life rather than face what the new emperor had planned for him in the Colosseum. can understand why death seemed like mercy compared to what awaited him, we need to go back 3 years to when a grieving half-mad emperor first laid eyes on a teenage boy who looked exactly like his dead wife. What you're about to hear isn't just another tale of Roman excess. It's the most disturbing case of identity theft in human history, where the thief didn't steal a name or fortune, but an entire person's existence, surgically erasing one life to resurrect another. And the most terrifying part, everything I'm about to tell you comes from official Roman records. Rome, 65 AD. The most powerful man in the world has just become a murderer. Not through war or execution. Those were everyday occurrences in the empire. No. Emperor Nero had just killed his pregnant wife Poppaea Sabina with his own hands in their private chambers. Some sources say it was a single, devastating kick to her swollen belly. Others describe a brutal beating that left her hemorrhaging on the marble floor, while Nero, suddenly realizing what he'd done, screamed for physicians who couldn't reverse death even for a god emperor. The woman who died that day wasn't just any imperial wife. Poppaea Sabina had been Nero's obsession, his muse, the one person who could match his grandiose view of himself. Contemporary accounts describe her as possessing almost supernatural beauty, amber-coloured hair that caught light like spun gold, skin so pale it seemed to glow, and most distinctively, enormous doe-like eyes that Roman poets compared to those of Venus herself. But here's what most people don't realise about Nero's grief. It wasn't normal human mourning. When you command an empire of 60 million souls, when you've been told since childhood that you're descended from gods, when reality itself bends to your will, the death of your beloved isn't just loss. It's a personal insult from the universe. It's a boundary that dares to exist.
Every now and then, Apple does. And this year's chip, instead of the A18 chip, you can plop the new motherboard into your iPhone 16e and have a whole new upgraded brain. Except for the Face ID camera, which we'll get to more later. Before we can explore the insides, though, we have to durability test the outsides. Apple has upgraded the display of the 17e to Ceramic Shield 2, which they claim is 100 times more scratch resistant, and that might be slightly. One shot, eats dropped like a stack of brick.
You have a bit of a coloring book addiction. I did some dairy.
What the fuck? What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? No, mister! Who kill Asians?
The story has zero documentary support. The Inquisition never touched Don Carlos. The beautiful prince was a physically deformed, brain-injured young man who kept a handwritten list of people who must die, and the name at the top of his private confessions was his own father. The real story is worse than the opera and stranger, and it starts with a family tree that loops back on itself like a knot. Philip, then Prince of Asturias, married Maria Manuela of Portugal in 1543.
Why do you have to zoom down to his crotch, bro? Why?
Philip's father, Charles V, was the brother of Maria Manuela's mother, Catherine of Austria, on the Habsburg side. Philip's mother, Isabella of Portugal, was the sister of Maria Manuela's father, John III, on the Aviz side. Instead of the normal 8 great-grandparents, Don Carlos had 4 ancestral couples: Philip the Handsome, Joanna of Castile, Manuel I of Portugal, and Maria of Aragon. And Manuel I had already married 2 Spanish infantas before that, so the Habsburg and Aviz bloodlines were tangled long before this particular wedding. This was not an accident. This was dynastic policy. The Habsburgs married their own because they trusted no one else with the inheritance. The Aviz did the same. The 2 families kept braiding themselves together until the genetic math stopped working. Don Carlos arrived on July 8, 1545 at Valladolid. Maria Manuela died 4 days later from puerperal sepsis, likely a retained placenta. She was 17. Philip was 18 and a widower before he'd finished being a new father. The Venetian ambassadors who passed through Madrid over the next decade and a half left the most detailed physical description.
What would it ban incest?
Federico Badoaro in 1557 called him small and weak for his age. Michel Suriano in 1559 noted fragility, intellectual slowness, and trouble speaking. By 1563, Paolo Tiepolo was recording one shoulder higher than the other, one leg shorter, a slight hunch, and a speech impediment. Giovanni Saranzo in
Have you noticed this? The
1565
kings and the
added violent
royals.
impulsiveness.
One second, but have you noticed something? The kings are okay with their kids having disabilities, but anything else they're not okay. That's really ironic.
A slight hunch, and a speech impediment. Giovanni Saranzo in 1565 added the violent rages and impulsiveness.
So
Speech defect was not a
ADD.
list, as popular accounts repeat. It was a rhoticism combined with a lambdacism. He could not clearly pronounce L or R. His chest was deformed in what some accounts call pigeon-breasted. He limped from the leg-length difference. These ambassadorial reports are collected in Eugenio Alberi's Relazioni degli ambasciatori veneti al Senato, published in Florence between 1853 and 1861. Modern historians treat them as broadly accurate, but note that Venetian diplomats had incentives to magnify oddities for a good dispatch. In 2009, a study published in PLOS ONE by Alvarez and Quintero calculated the inbreeding coefficients for the entire Spanish Habsburg line. Their table 2 is the one to look at. Philip II himself carried a coefficient of roughly 0.123, already double the first cousin baseline, Don Carlos Stafford, 0.211. Charles II, the dynasty's terminal case, king with a jaw so malformed he could barely chew, scored 0.254. That is higher than a child born to sibling incest. Don Carlos was the first visible fracture in that genetic arc. A century before the line collapsed entirely, you could already see the damage. From 1561, Carlos was sent to study at Alcalá de Henares, two other boys close to his age. Don Juan of Austria, born 1547, was Charles V's illegitimate son by Barbara Blomberg, which made him Philip's half-brother. Athletic, magnetic, the kind of young man people noticed when he walked into a room. He would go on to command the Christian fleet at Lepanto in 1571, the most celebrated naval victory of the century.
Well, thanks anyway.
Alessandro Farnese, born the same year as Carlos, was the son of Margaret of Parma, another of Charles V's illegitimate children. Disciplined, scholarly, destined to become one of the finest military commanders of the century as Duke of Parma. His reconquest of the southern Netherlands in the 1580s was studied in military academies for generations. Carlos was the legitimate heir, the one with the title, the claim, the crown waiting for him, and he was outshone by both of them every single day. Gachard treats this arrangement as psychologically corrosive, and it is hard to disagree. Place a physically impaired, intellectually struggling prince alongside two of the most gifted young men in Europe. Both of them his blood relatives, both of them illegitimate, both of them effortlessly better at everything that mattered in a 16th century court. The resentment that Carlos developed toward Don Juan especially would come back violently in the winter of 1567 and 1568. His tutor was Honorato Juan, a humanist scholar and former student of Juan Luis Vives, who would later become Bishop of Osma. His correspondence, partially preserved at Simancas, and referenced in Cabrera de Cordoba's 1619 history of Philip II, is one of the rare sympathetic voices. He described Carlos as capable of genuine curiosity, but unable to hold attention for long. His household governor before the formal tutoring was Garcia de Toledo. The cruelty stories split cleanly into two categories. The ones that come from court correspondence, the dispatches of the French ambassador Fourquevaux,
Hello,
and
son.
Cabrera de Cordoba are bad enough. Indignant beatings slogans between 1564 and 1567, ordering a bootmaker to eat his own ill-fitting boots, drawing a dagger on Cardinal Espinosa in 1568 because an actor had been dismissed, attempting to throw a page out a window. Those are documented. Then there is the second tier, roasting hares alive, blinding 20 or more horses, having women brought to his chambers. Those appear only in Branto, in Orange's propaganda pamphlets, or in 19th century black legend literature. The number of blinded horses shifts suspiciously between
Calm
sources, which is
down.
always a tell. The diary of his outbursts is real. The most grotesque anecdotes are propaganda layered on top. Easter Sunday, April 19th, 1562, changed things permanently. Carlos fell down a narrow stone staircase in the dark at Alcalá de Henares. He was apparently chasing a young woman of the household. Some sources name her Mariana, Porter's daughter. A popular version that says she was a gardener's daughter is a conflation from later retellings. He struck his head on a closed door at the bottom of the stairs, a stone staircase, a closed door, a 17-year-old skull with bones that may not have formed properly to begin with. The injury was severe. By early May he was feverish, intermittently blind to swollen, drifting in and out of consciousness. Philip II wrote from Madrid and stayed at the bedside. The king of the largest empire on earth sat watching his only male heir die in a university town. There was nothing his power could do about it. And then the medical team that assembled around this prince became one of the strangest gatherings in Renaissance medicine. Dionisio da Chacon was the royal surgeon. He left the most complete eyewitness account in his Rectificator Cirurgia, published in Valladolid in 1580. This is the single most reliable medical primary source for the whole episode. Andreas Vesalius was there. Vesalius, the man who wrote De Humani Corporis Fabrica in 1543. He was the entire discipline from cadaver dissection up, told Galen he was wrong, and moved him with a scalpel. In 1562, he was serving as an imperial physician to the Habsburg court. He came from Madrid, examined the prince, and argued for aggressive coronation to relieve the intracranial pressure. The Spanish surgeons his consultation on the case is referenced in
Vengeance will be mine, man.
biography, pages
When I
287
attack.
through 291. Whether the trepanation would have helped is unknowable. The intracranial swelling was severe, and the prince was
Oh, there's a
already
river
in
right
and out
there.
of consciousness. A more aggressive intervention might have relieved the pressure and preserved brain function, or it might have killed him on the table. What matters is not the method. The point is that the most accomplished anatomist in Europe was told to stand down by court politics, by physicians whose authority rested on considered
You know I love you.
rather than on demonstrated competence. Vesalius would leave Spain for a pilgrimage to the Holy Land the following year, and die on the island of Zakynthos in 1564. He never wrote a full account of the Don Carlos case. There was also a man called Pinthreath, spelling varies across sources, a Morisco bone setter from Valencia, an algebrista, summoned because of his local reputation. He made incisions and applied poultices. Contemporary accounts are not kind about his methods, so you can add gathered around the same bed, the greatest anatomist of the Renaissance, a royal surgeon, and a Moorish folk healer. That is a scene most people will not have pictured when they think of 16th century Spain. Partial trepanation was performed. Modern medical historians have spoken about whether it constituted actual trepanation or a more limited scalp and bone debridement. Either way, the prince did not improve. When the doctors ran out of options, someone turned to the dead. The desiccated body of Fray Diego de Alcala, a Franciscan lay brother who had died in 1463, was carried in procession from the local Franciscan convent, placed in Don Carlos' bed on the night of May 9th to 10th, 1562. Carlos began to recover. Philip II took this seriously. He personally pushed the canonization of Fray Diego for the next
Do me a
century.
favor. Hey,
Sixtus
bud.
V canonized him on July 2nd, 1588. It was the only canonization of Sixtus V's entire pontificate. The canonization bull explicitly cites the healing of the prince. Greco painted him. Murillo did an entire cycle of his life. A saint sits in the Catholic calendar today because a half-formed prince fell down a staircase chasing a girl. The honest assessment of what the fall did to him only worsened problems that already existed. Venetian dispatches from 1557 and 1559, years before the accident, already describe him as physically stunted and psychologically off. After
Easy
1562,
now.
the violence and the rages came more frequently. Modern hypotheses include post-traumatic frontal lobe disinhibition, post-traumatic epilepsy, and underlying
Stay
genetic conditions
here.
tied to his coefficient. No single retro-diagnosis holds up. The fall did not create Don Carlos's problems, it sharpened them. 5 years passed between the fall and the crisis, and during those 5 years, Philip watched his son get worse and knew very little about it. This is the core of Geoffrey Parker's 2014 argument in Improved King. Philip's failure was not sudden cruelty but chronic indecision. He received dispatches. He read the Venetian assessments when they circulated. He heard the reports from Carlos's household about the violence, the outbursts, the bootmaker forced to eat leather. He deliberated. He wrote marginal notes. He consulted advisors who told him what he already knew. He did this for the better part of 3 years, 1564 or 1565 onward, while his son got progressively more dangerous and more unstable, until the gap between the problem and any proportionate response had widened past the point of repair. By the time Philip acted, the only tool left was the blunt one. This was the pattern of his entire reign, applied to his own bloodline. Delayed rest of prudence, caution that curdled into negligence. In August 1567, the Duke of Alba was dispatched to crush the Dutch revolt. Don Carlos had personally lobbied for that command. He wanted the Netherlands. He wanted a military role, a stage where he could prove he was more than the fragile heir everyone whispered about behind cupped hands and encoded diplomatic dispatches. Philip refused him. He gave the command to Alba, a career soldier with decades of experience, and from a purely administrative standpoint, the decision was sound. From every other standpoint, it was the match that lit the fuse. Carlos had staked whatever remained of his self-image on getting that appointment. Losing it to a man he despised broke something in him that had been bending for years. By late 1567, Carlos was assembling a flight plan. He intended to leave Spain without permission. The destination was uncertain. Italy, Germany, or the Netherlands. An important distinction that gets lost in most retellings. There is no surviving evidence that he planned to join William of Orange or the rebel cause. That connection was invented later by Dutch propaganda. What the documents show is a young man trying to escape his father's control. Philip understood the danger, and he understood it in the precise terms of a man who thought about sovereignty the way accountants think about balance sheets. An estranged heir wandering Europe would become a lightning rod for every faction that opposed his British monarchy. Every rebel, every French diplomat looking for an advantage when Carlos was walking in position to stabilize the Habsburgs. In mid-December 1567, Carlos tried to raise roughly 150,000 ducats from Spanish grandees and nobles. The letters he wrote to Marcus, Remonta, No. 28. The figures of 150,000 figure. All the sources say the source of his writing. The confession was around Christmas Eve 1567. Don Carlos went to confession. Bedside tables, while searching his faithfulness for signs of Carlos's own handwriting was found in his rooms. A list of people categorized as under Maria must die, and under Vivia must live. The must die column reportedly included the Duke of Alba, Cardinal Espinosa, and Marie Gomez de Silva, who had once been his own household governor. There is something chilling about a kill list written in the hand of a 22-year-old prince who slept above a loaded gun. It sat in his room, in his handwriting, alongside weapons. This was not a metaphor. This was a plan, or at least the skeletal architecture of one. The final betrayal came from family. Carlos asked Don Juan of Austria, his half-uncle, 2 years older, raised alongside him at Alcala, to secure galleys for his escape. Don Juan stalled. Around January 17th, 1568, he left Madrid for the Escorial and told Philip everything in person. That same night, the king moved. After 11 o'clock on Sunday night, January 18th, 1568, Philip II entered his son's bedchamber at the Alcazar of Madrid. He was wearing armour under his robes and a helmet. The King of Spain put on armour to go into his own son's bedroom. Think about what that tells you. With him came Gomez de Silva, Prince of Eboli, the man Carlos had placed on his must-die list, the Duke of Feria, Captain of the Guard, Luis Quijada de Avila, former guardian of Don Juan, Antonio de Toledo, prior of the Order of St. John. Carlos had rigged a bell and pulley alarm system over his bed, which tells you he was expecting something. Under the bed, a loaded arquebus, swords, daggers, Prince sleeping on top of an arsenal. The men entered quietly, seized the weapons first, confiscated his papers and a casket of correspondence, brought carpenters in that same night to nail the window shut from outside. By morning, the heir to the Spanish throne was a prisoner in his own rooms, and the carpenter's hammer strikes were the last sounds of his freedom. The royal chronicler, Cabrera de Cordoba, writing roughly 50 years later from court sources rather than first-person testimony, records an exchange. Carlos asked, "Does your majesty wish to kill me?" Philip answered, "I do not wish to kill you, but to correct you." Carlos then reportedly begged Philip to kill him, said he was not mad but desperate, and tried to throw himself into the fire. Parker reproduces this exchange but flags the provenance. Heyman leaves it out entirely. Take it for what it is, a second-hand account filtered through decades under court chronicler's pen. For the next 6 months, Don Carlos lived in expanded apartments on the upper floor of the Alcazar, not a tower, despite the legend. The word torre in some sources is loose. 6 gentlemen guards rotated under Rue Gomez. Mass was said daily. No outside visitors were allowed. Philip II never entered the room again after the night of the arrest. The guards kept daily logs. Those logs survive at Simancas, Estado Legajo, 55. Louis Prosper Gachard reproduced them in his 1863 study, Don Carlos et Philippe II, which remains the archival foundation for this entire story. What the logs describe is a man methodically destroying himself. In one attested week of May 1568, Carlos consumed over 10 liters of iced water per day. He slept on a bed layered with ice. He swallowed a diamond ring. The papal nuncio of Castagna confirmed that detail in a letter dated June 3rd, 1568. He also swallowed pearls. He walked barefoot for hours on cold stone floors. He lay naked on the bare floor through the winter nights of January and February. He alternated between hunger strikes lasting days and gorging himself until he vomited. The guards recorded all of this. They watched it happen, and they wrote it down, and they could not stop it because the prince was still the prince, even locked in a room with nailed shut windows. Try to picture the daily reality of those guards. 6 men rotating shifts, watching the heir to the Spanish throne eat ice and swallow jewellery and refuse food for days, and then devour everything put in front of him. They were watching a slow-motion collapse, and they were filing reports about it in neat handwriting, because that is what Philip's bureaucracy demanded. Every detail documented, every meal refused or consumed, every night spent on cold stone floors. On July 6, 1568, the final binge, partridge pie and 4 gallons of iced water in a single sitting. This is from Luis Manrique's report reproduced in Gachard. Within days, the fatal illness had begun. By July 17th, the fever was high and constant. Dysentery set in. He could not retain food or water. Delirium followed. Don Carlos died in the early hours of July 24th, 1568. He was 23 years old and had spent the last 6 months of his life in a room with nailed-shut windows. His attending physicians were Olivares Vega and Gutierrez de Santander. They could do nothing by that point. The body had been pushed beyond recovery by months of self-abuse, on top of whatever underlying damage the genetics and the 1562 fall had already inflicted. Philip ordered an autopsy, which was unusual for the period and almost certainly calculated to get ahead of the poisoning rumours he knew were coming. He knew his enemies. He knew what they were.
$100.
The autopsy report, 155, folio 71, described findings consistent with severe dysentery and general debility. The mainstream modern view, shared by Parker and Sanchez Grangel, is set in shock from valve perforation on a gut that had been starved and frozen, and then overloaded with cold water and rich food.
Easy now. Calm yourself, friend. We all get scared, my boy. I got you, boy. Stay put now.
Assassination. Get back everything you have. The apology charged Philip with murdering Don Carlos, poisoning Elizabeth of Valois, also died in 1568 in October, just 3 months after Carlos faithfully accepted his threat, Florida democracy, Montigny. The last charge was made. Montigny had been lured to Spain on the pretext of 1567. If your sentence could be carroted at Saraca in October 1570, Philip's the execution was disguised as an was produced. Having one verified murder on the list, including the documented cover, gave the fabricated charges credibility they would not otherwise have earned. This is how propaganda works and is most effective. When the lies are the truth, the audience's lenses peruse the whole document. The apology was printed in French, Dutch, German, English, and Latin over 2 years. Coordinated pan-European permission campaign in danger of mass media. Antonio Perez, Philip's disgraced former secretary, wrote a second decade later. He fled Spain after years of public affair.
Easy now.
Philip's own idea turned into a liability and found shelter at the courts of Henri IV and Elizabeth I. His Relation, published between 1591 and 1598 by Chancery. Perez knew the filing systems, he knew the couriers, he knew which ministers hated which other ministers, and why. He never claimed to have witnessed any murder. That was his method.
Morning, partner. Finest meats here. Nowhere else.
Back to it.
Been a while. You ain't been seeing another bush.
Hey! Hello. You're okay, boy.
They raised the prices at the saloon.
You're a great horse, buddy.
Morning, mister.
I saw a whole pack of outlaws on horses the other day. One of them was a nigger, and another was a savage.
What's the matter? All this... Giving you a headache?
Partner.
Hey now.
Whoa, I'll muck you out if you keep carrying on like this. Lost your nerve. I'm gonna wax you! No thanks. I need help! Oh, God, no!
Come on, what the hell?
You're done for!
Okay, okay. You
Son of a
My brother's bounty's not that bad. This time get hammered.
Mr. Man.
Oh, do it again.
Both that perception. Oh man.
Hey!
Hold it.
Would you give me a ride?
Nope, can't do it. Get here.
Ah, shit! Hey, up!
Good evening.
Good work, partner. Well, hello there.
Mister. Howdy. Nice to see you. Good on you. Get a fresh start.
Thanks for your time.
That would be a good challenge for RDR2. Instead of paying off your bounties increase every time you commit a crime, and then the more officers come after you. And your goal in the game, instead of like paying off it, you have to be good. So you have to do good deeds. And good deeds equals less people less likely to report a crime if you're a nice guy. Let me see that study. Are nice people less likely to get reported for crimes? Research suggests that nice people are often defined. Maybe we're camping one time, maybe at Lake El Rito.
Now we know why they're getting Tim Apple out of there when they are. He doesn't want to be associated with vulnerable toys. The 2026 launch of new iPhones are supposed to be the most expensive yet, with a suspected $2,000 price tag for the foldable iPhone Ultra. This is the incoming CEO, John Turner, says the head of hardware. This is his project that he's getting across the finish line. So the first new product announcement that he'll handle will be the ultra-costly hamburger on phone, since it's essentially his baby. Also, I propose that we call him John Hamburger. Contrast that with Tim Cook, whose first launch was the iPhone 4S, a rehash of the massive upgrade that was the 4. It was slightly better, but not much different. We'll see if this plays out as a metaphor for Turnus's upcoming reign, or if we're redundant. Now we know why they're getting Tim Apple. The Chinese government once invented a standard language that only one person ever used. In 1913, the new Republic of China had a problem. In the West, the stereotype of China is that it's really homogenous, but linguistically speaking, this was not and is not true. What are often called Chinese dialects are actually mutually unintelligible lingo. But the new government wanted a national language, so they convened a committee to invent one from scratch. The committee was really divided, so they ended up combining sounds from northern and southern Chinese languages into one language that nobody spoke, but they needed a linguist to learn it and then record pronunciation exercises to help teach it to the people. Enter Yuan Renchao. He was a linguistic prodigy who had learned 4 different Chinese languages by the age of 12. He was selected to use new audio recording technology in New York to record the lessons, and he did record these lessons for basically no one. 1921, when he recorded these, was a chaotic time for China, and really the infrastructure for getting gramophones in every classroom did not exist. And by 1926, they basically completely scrapped the project and later selected Beijing Mandarin as the standard. So Yuan Renchao was left as the sole speaker of a language that was intended for hundreds of millions of people. Ironically, some of the only people he was ever able to partially teach it to were American students.
No one can stop us, eh?
He thought he was teaching his students the new standard language of China. Unfortunately for them, though, they were learning a weird Frankenstein of northern and southern Chinese languages that was never going to make it outside that country. And conversely,
Couldn't do it
over the last
without you,
century,
boy.
the number of Mandarin speakers has exploded. This was possible because later, with the People's Republic of China under Mao Zedong, there was enough infrastructure and top-down political power to enforce a national standard, usually at the expense of China's linguistic diversity. The Chinese government once invented a standard language that only one person ever used. In 1913, the new Republic of China had a problem. In the West, the stereotype of China is that it's really homogenous, but linguistically speaking, this was not and is not true. What are often called Chinese dialects are actually
Still surprising me, buddy.
But the new
The Lincoln Memorial Reflecting Pool is over a century old. As of this week, it's turning bright blue. Why are you... Here's what's happening. A German friend of the president visited D.C. and told Trump the reflecting pool in the Lincoln Memorial was ugly and disgusting, not representative of the country. Trump then went to see it for himself and agreed.
I actually agree with that. Trump's idea then. Actually,
instead of top-down. I'm told this is my artistic lens. In 1987, I became a Christian. For the first few years, I just wanted friends all like me. Found few neurotypicals who didn't mind weirdness, and that was enough. Then I started attending adult church. Started actually listening. I had questions.
can see the gaps, places where the teaching didn't roll together logically. So I wasn't trying to cause problems. I genuinely needed it to make sense. So I approached the pastor after the service. He'd get a look on his face when he saw me coming. Some of you may know that look. I got us to leave more than one church for asking too many questions. Which is interesting because all that did was make me look closer. My questions went from curiosity to correction. And pastors really don't like being corrected by someone who never went to seminary. I didn't mean harm. I just couldn't accept something that didn't hold up logic.
You're quite the horse. Look out for each other, huh? You and me, fella.
As someone with ADHD, I cannot go to church. I just can't. It's impossible unless I bring a stretch ball of visual void. But it's more likely and unlikely.
Head up. Get some rest, partner.
I need to go to sleep right now. 4 hours. I was going to type the reason why I don't go to church is because I have ADHD and it's just, I can't sit still for that long.
Hey, buddy.
It's time to stop walking down. This takes like a whole day.
Show 'em, boy. That's my boy.
Turns out, asking the right questions long enough leads somewhere. Just not somewhere where the institution was comfortable with. Like and subscribe if you've had similar experiences. If you ever go to Morocco, there's one thing you should never say. There's this common Arabic phrase that's used in much of the Arab world. Both in Morocco as well as in parts of Algeria and Tunisia, it has a complete opposite meaning. The phrase is ya'tika, which literally means makes you think you well-being, where he is implied to be God. In many countries, this is used as a greeting or as a thank you, especially to acknowledge someone's hard work or effort. But in Morocco, that phrase instead means, may he send you to hell. What? It all comes down to the word afia. Now, in standard Arabic, as well as in most Arabic dialects, it just means well-being. But in much of Northwest Africa, it also means fire. So instead of the phrase meaning, may God give you well-being, it has to mean may. Have you ever wondered what would happen if you...
In Italy, we mix flour, potatoes, egg, and salt to create a dough that turns into the iconic gnocchi.
Now, this guy's forgotten childhood video game and it's a weird game. It's a PS2 game kind of as a main character controls shadows and has charging. Right? And drug of overdosing their patients for profit. Now, Insys Therapeutics made a fentanyl spray called Subsys, approved only for cancer patients in severe pain. If you didn't know this, fentanyl was up to 100 times stronger than morphine, and the spray could cost dying patients up to $19,000 per month. The company founder John Kapoor had a problem. Cancer patients just weren't profitable enough, not when there was a market full of other sick people out there waiting to be sold to. So he pushed his drug on doctors for any type of pain, back pain, migraines, whatever, he didn't care. And in order to make the most money possible, he built a criminal organization around his drug. Here's how it worked. Insys paid doctors bribes disguised as speaker fees for sham educational dinners. Now, in a single year, they made 18,000 payments, totaling over $2 million to doctors. And Kapoor held a call every weekday morning at 8:30 a.m., tracking which doctors were prescribing Subsys and at what doses. Then they calculated the return on investment for each doctor. Now, if a doctor didn't prescribe at least double what Insys paid them, they were cut. Oh, and did I mention? It still gets worse. Since insurance companies only covered Subsys for cancer patients, they created a fake department called the Insys Reimbursement Center, where employees posed as doctors' staff and lied to insurance companies, falsely claiming that patients had cancer when they didn't. And sales reps earned more than $1,800 in cash bonuses for pushing the maximum dose. Prosecutors said it was equivalent to bribing doctors to overdose their patients. But Insys didn't like the word bribery, so they called it titration. And it somehow still gets so much worse. At their 2015 national sales meeting, Insys played a rap video where salesmen in hoodies rap while their VP of sales danced inside a giant Subsys bottle costume. The chorus was, "I love titration, yet it's not a problem. I got new patients and I got a lot of them." That same year, a sales manager named Sunrise Lee also gave a lap dance at a Chicago strip club to a doctor they were trying to bribe. Hundreds of people were dying from their drug, and they were dancing. In May 2019, Insys founder John Kapoor was convicted of racketeering conspiracy. That's the same statute used to prosecute organized crime. And prosecutors asked for 15 years. He only got 5.5 and a whopping $250,000 fine. Now, Insys settled with the DOJ for $225 million, then filed for bankruptcy 10 days later. There were hundreds of deaths linked to the Subsys spray, and the man who ran daily bribery calls walked out after 5.5 years. I'm just a gut health specialist, not a federal prosecutor, but when a company creates fake cancer diagnoses, scams insurance, and makes a rap video celebrating overdoses, that's not healthcare. That's a drug cartel in a lab coat, and they're just the ones who got caught. And once again, human life becomes a cost of doing business.
Reasons why I think Jeffrey Epstein is still alive. Singers who turn old songs.
Oh, no. Mistake.
I say, sir, I think they might be angry, you know.
Oh, no, that's just a mirage. No, Jenkins, they don't exist. It's just another French style to keep us away from all that black gold in the desert. Use your bloody head, man.
Sir, no, you are.
I know, Sergio!
Is that the fourth video I've made on this topic?
Guys, what should I do now? Honduras style goulash. Honduras style Hungarian goulash. Sebastian fusion concept neither Honduras goulash or direct Honduras style of Hungarian goulash exists as a traditional well-defined dish. However, we created a delicious goulash that incorporates elements of flavors common to both Hungarian Magyarország and Honduras cuisine. The core of Hungarian goulash is typically beef, onions, paprika, caraway, cooked into a rich stew like soup. Honduras cuisine offers like bell peppers, tomatoes, churros, and varieties of vegetables along fried, preferred slightly mild spices than some other Latin American cuisine. Here are some ingredients list for Hungarian style goulash, aiming for a hearty stew with well blended these influences yield 6 to 8 servings, prep time 20-30 minutes, cook time 2 to 3 hours, simmering time Honduras style inspired Honduras goulash is goulash base 2 tablespoons, 30 milligrams of vegetable oil or lard, For browning the meat, sauteing 2 decibel breed, 5 to 3 pounds, approximately 1.1 or 1.4 kilograms of beef chuck roast, cut into 1.5 to 2 inch squares, or 3 decibel 8, 5 centimeters cubes. You can also use stewed beef, 2 large yellow onions diced, 1 large red pepper diced, 1 green pepper diced, 4 to 5 cloves garlic mince, 3 tablespoons, approximately 30 grams sweet Hungarian paprika. This is key for authentic goulash flavors. Do not substitute with smoked paprika because it will power the dish. 1 tablespoon of caraway seeds, especially essential for the authentic Hungarian goulash flavors. 2 teaspoons of ground cumin, optional for subtle Honduran influence. 1 tablespoon of dried oregano, optional, often used in 14 decibel 5 ounces or 411 grams of diced tomatoes undrained. 2 tablespoons or 30 grams of tomato paste for depth of flavor. 4 to 5 or 960 milliliters or 1.2 liters beef broth or water enough to cover the meat. 2 bay leaves, salt and freshly ground black pepper taste for root vegetables. Honduran influence to add hardiness to medium potatoes, easy Russell or Yukon Gold. Peeled and cut 1 inch or 2.5 centimeter cubes. 2 medium carrots peeled and cut into 1.2 centimeters thick or round or half the moon. 1 yaku or casserole or palata Caribbean sweet potatoes peeled into 1 inch 2 decibels 5 centimeter chunks. Yaku adds a starchy, unique flavor texture, common in Honduran stews, but offers sweetness. For garnish, serve with Hungarian flair. Fresh churros, roughly chopped for garnish. Lime wedge for squeezing over goulash table. Honduran crema or sour cream for the drop on top. Warm tortillas served with more rice. As long preparation notes for successful fusion paprika first while making a cup of goulash. It's traditional and important to remove the pot from the heat before stirring in the paprika to prevent the paprika from burning, which it can make it bitter. Once stirred and return to heat briefly to bloom the paprika flavor, add some liquids. Add liquids. Slow simmer. Goulash needs a long, slow simmer to tenderize the beef and allow the flavors to melt. Adding vegetables. Adding the root vegetables later. The cooking process 30 to 45 minutes before the end. So the yaku, I think that's what it goes. Yaku especially can become very soft if you add it too early. The recipe aims for a blend to rich, comfort Hungarian food with some very vibrant vegetable roots. Vegetables are fresh, garnished, often found in Honduran stews and meals. What do you think, guys? I really want to try that Klingenberg flops. Honduran style goulash is some heat, but special garlic mince add wonderful taste. Okay. What do you think? Fruit, crema, or sour cream for the drop on top. Warm tortillas served with 4 rice. Also,
If you're quick, you could be the proud owner of a rare prototype graphics card that NVIDIA never even released. Up on eBay right now is the RTX 2080 Ti Super, a GPU that never saw the light of day until now. Having an extra blacked out look besides the mirror in the center that only says 2080 Super, this thing is basically a Titan but with a little taken off the top. The GPU's edge screenshots show that this thing is equal to the RTX Titan in CUDA cores and likely gaming performance, but it only has 12 gigs of DRAM as opposed to the Titan's
Usually I walk into a field for this sort of thing, but today I'm doing it from the comfort of my office in my armchair. Nothing like fake leather. It's lovely stuff.
No, not Bill. I got 21 views on my 3 hour, 31 hours. My highest one is 28, 39 just for just walking for 7 hours. Oh, oh,
Straight up tastes like I mean, it's sweet as ethanol I've ever tasted in my life. I didn't expect it to burn like that for such a small amount.
it does burn.
Straight up, it just tastes like I took a swig of the rubbing alcohol bottle.
What is that about Smirnoff? Some person's like, no, Smirnoff is not like. It's like, yes, it does. What's my gooning tech?
I just bought this laptop for only $10, and I wanted to see if I could get it to play games like Minecraft. But honestly, I have.
Had enough of my attention.
That's funny.
The 3 strangest superstitions of.
So, my dad's got friends, and all of them have unique talents and superpowers. It's like the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. Like, one of my dad's buddies was a pilot, and then he was at, I think it was an airport bar or something, on the job, and then the bar stool just exploded because they I don't know, never fully screwed it in or something, and it really destroyed his back. And that was like Peter Parker being bit by the radioactive spider, but instead of getting the ability to crawl on walls, he got the ability of money, huge payday from that, and he's just got like this group of friends that all have like very unique stories and abilities, and one of them is named Dave, and he has a hobby of making flintlocks
What the?
from scratch.
What the? Wait, what?
In a lot of cases. And yesterday we brought him out, and we got to shoot a couple of them, and it was a lot of fun, so I wanted to show them, because I just think it's really interesting, and I think it's very cool. Now, here's what we're dealing with today. This is an actual copy of Davy Crockett's first rifle. Now, the original rifle is located in the East Tennessee State Museum in Knoxville, Tennessee. So I went out and took a look at it. I've seen pictures of it, got measurements, and I wanted to recreate what the original was like. Now,
Oh, well, technically, you can make your own firearms if you have the license and if you don't sell them to people.
But this is made out of what we call curly maple or tiger maple. And if you look real close, you can see there's a lot of those stripes in here. So it's an expensive wood to do that with, but it really makes a pretty rifle out of it. It's all got brass on it here, brass patch box down here. Real quick, I want to come in here and do a bit of glazing because Dave doesn't really brag about his craftsmanship, even though it's genuinely incredible work, so I'm going to brag for him. Everything you see on his flintlocks, we only shot 2 in this video, spoiler, little spoilers there, but everything you see on his flintlocks, he makes himself freehand. That includes all the brass work. It includes every ornate engraving he does in silver. He does gold trimmings. All of it he does freehand himself. I think it is amazing. And of course, all brass trigger guards. This is what we call a double set trigger. And I'll talk about that when we get ready to shoot it, what it does. But basically, what you do is you cock it, and you can fire it by pulling this trigger, or you can pull this back and set it, and then you have a hair trigger here. So when you touch that, it really will fire, so you better be ready. This is called a flintlock.
Oh, probably the hair triggers for probably if you're like in an emergency situation. Say if you're in a battle and you need to quickly fire it, you can pull that and then actually fire it if it's an emergency, if you're close for combat. Because flintlocks do extremely well when you're close quarters, compared to long quarters. Because the ball has enough kinetic energy to do damage at a closer range. It's different to bullets. Bullets could do actually more, kind of more if it's more farther away because there's more energy, technically, theoretically. And the slower it goes over the range, it could actually do more damage because if they're slower, it could do actually rip more splash. If it's faster, it can just go through and not do damage. That's how APSDF FS rounds don't work as well for humans because it's just a dart, and we could survive that. If it's like APHE, definitely we're going to get damage from it.
This is the was used for a long period of time in the history of rifles and guns. And it's got a flint here. It hits what we call the striker. And when you pull this back, you fire it, this rock or flint will strike on that, set off the powder in here, and the gun fires. Later on, it went to what they call a cap block. And it had a little cap that went on here and got rid of the flint, and then it finally ended up going to cartridges, which is what we have today. But this is a flintlock. Takes a little while to load these things. This has got about a 42-inch barrel. It's a 50 caliber, and it's a rifle barrel. So these were fairly accurate back in the day. But anyway, enough of the talk. Let's see what it's going to be. Oh, by the way, I want to show you this. This is something that's not common. But what I did is when I built this, right here on the side plate, I put Davy Crockett's name on there, and that's his actual signature on there. I was able to make a copy of that and copy that on there, so that's what his signature looked like. That is so cool. He also does all the woodwork too. He's selling it short on just how nice it looks. We also did a lot of carving on this. This was common on this thing. This rifle originally was probably made in Pennsylvania, in York or Reading, somewhere around in that area, which was common at that time. That was where all the rifle makers were. And we did all the carving here, which is exactly like what they had back in the day. So if you go to Huntsville, go to the museum, you can see the actual rifle there. So let's see what's going to sound like. What were you going to say? I was going to say, we need you in every video. I know, isn't that good? It's almost like you're a professional or something like this. You should also see his whole collection. He's like the fucking Kakashi of flintlocks. He's able to copy like every rifle ever. He's working on George Washington's pistol as well. The thing I have is I got black powder. I have it in here. This is the 2F powder, which is a heavier grain. And to be safe, I always measure it out like this.
It's like a syringe.
The rule is always remember powder patch ball. And the reason for that is if you get it confused, then you got a problem. So you put in your powder. Okay. Then you take your patch. Put it up here like so. And then you take your ball. This is a 50 caliber ball, lead ball.
Pretty small though.
Lay it right on top like so.
It's got to rip
Try to
flat.
get it as centered as you can. And then we have what we call the starter here. Just so help you get it down in here. And I've never fired this thing, so it's going to be all new. Well, that went in pretty good. Push her down.
Did I ramrod, right?
Make your ramrod.
Yeah, I guessed it! It's a ramrod! I just guessed it. I wish in Red Dead Redemption 2 you can get flintlocks too. That'd be awesome to fucking have a flintlock. Oh, 1 second. What's the theoretical fastest time you can reload a flintlock? "15 seconds. kind of lube up the balls though? Like, can you kind of like grease the balls so I can actually get a little bit smoother, going really quick?
Okay. If you want to do that, make sure it bounces. That way you know you got it on the bottom. Back in. Now we got the primer. So put some primer. This is gunpowder again in the pan.
Yeah, so the ignition start.
Put that down. Alright.
Wait a second. Can a Canadian own a flintlock? Yes, Canadians can buy Canadian long rifle guns, muskets, and rifle. No license required. In Canada, you generally don't need a buyer's license to buy a flintlock musket or whatever original or modern reproduction. Prescribed antique. Most flintlocks or long guns are classified as prescribed antique, meaning they fall outside normal licensing registration framework ownership. You can legally buy or sell, even gift these items without paperwork, because the Canadian government sees how pointless. If you're gonna start a shooting, you're not gonna bring out a flintlock. Why is it you don't require a license to own a flintlock? Because they're not easily concealed in case of long guns are mechanically complex to operate, rarely used in criminal activity. And flintlocks are considered primal weapons that are slower to reload and less reliable. So the Canadian government knows that criminals are not going to use a flintlock rifle because it's just pointless to use. Zero comparability. A 5-foot-long brown brass buckle is impossible to hide in a waistband. Terrible speed. High stress situation and only 15-30 seconds to reload. Flash. Flint. Unreliable. In the rain or wind, criminals generally want weapons that guarantee to fire one full. Higher learning curve.
Come on now, giddy up.
Okay. I might own a flintlock. For safe self-defense rifles. What's the anti-fire? Yeah. Yeah, I did not do anything for plastic.
Well, you hit the target. Yeah. Did you blow the tree and have that good start? Yeah, that's great. Straight that target. So at the time, we thought that Dave's shot was that, like, super clean, precise hole at the top and just assumed, man, that fucking ball must have traveled at the speed of light there to have a perfect hole like that go through without, like, the normal things you see when you shoot a paper target where, of course, it, like, blows it up a little bit. So we just assumed that was that, but clearly watching it back on the footage, that hole was already there. What it actually hit was the metal stand and ricocheted off. So in the slow-mo I played there, you can see it hit the stand, I'm pretty sure, and bounce. Obviously, we couldn't track that at the time in the thick of it there in the fucking Thunderdome. So that was the first shot ever out of that gun.
Yeah, wow. And I've never, I just rough set the sights, so I mean, I have to take it to the to a range and set it up, and then adjust the sights on it. But
zero it in for you.
I was lucky to even hit the friggin' target.
That was good.
And this is how much powder? 50? This is, 50 grams. Perfect.
This is 140. This is 5,000.
Well, yeah, you could put 120 in that thing.
No, we don't need to do that. This is my first flintlock. I don't need to fall over. It's gonna be like the Rdr2 scene.
Pioneers used to ride these babies for miles.
Okay.
Now just pull back on the front trigger because
The front run?
Yeah,
Here?
yeah. They have to pull back a ways. Wait a minute, let me get out of your way. I don't want to stand there with the side.
All right, here we go.
I don't need or want your company. You hear?
Shark World. Now, our speedrun starts with us going into the Pacific Islands, where right away we spawn in and we want to eat as many fish as possible. We also got our boy Chris 2D. This is a free buddy that the game gives you right at the beginning, so we're going to use it. It's going to help us eat fish, and our main purpose right now is just getting as much money and eating as much things as possible. So I will go around, especially things like that gemfish we do want, and we want to get in these gold rushes because those just allow us to have a limited boost, go forever, and eat pretty much everything. So we can just get a ton of value out of this. I'm just going from one to the next, but you don't want to go too deep, especially as this first shark, because things will start killing you. But now I need to go. We need at least 500 coins with this first guy, and you'll also see, yeah, there's some bigger sharks. They're a little scary, but along with getting 500 coins, that should be all of our first quest done. But to unlock new sharks, you do have to eat a bunch of people, so we might as well eat a little bit more. Just going around trying to get rushes. That way we can compel them into each other. And with that one, it should be good. I will take these dudes as well. Just so much money you get immediately, and it's very nice. But once that's done, we actually will go ahead and put out. Now we completed all the regular quests for this guy, but now we gotta complete the specific quest. So we can head down, and what we want to go to is the got to see this video early. Oh no, you can join later.
places to be.
Evening, pard.
Just typical.
Evening, friend.
Howdy.
Hello, sir, and welcome to Strawberry. Please.
Why does he look like Sir Tom and Hash from Thomas? I don't know. I always got the impression he kind of looks like that. Where's
It's a magnificent little community we are building here. Almost Tolstoyan, if you know what that means.
I don't.
Well, neither do I, but it sounds very interesting. And we love interesting people. Please, make yourself at home, but be nice. Remember, everyone, I'm your elected official, your mayor. And you elected me on a ticket of probity as well as democracy.
Here we go, boy.
Look out.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I've heard.
this is a bar here. The Strawberries.
Morning, partner.
What'd you do? You're filthy.
not looking for company or conversation, so you just stay back.
Morning, sir.
Hi there.
Holy fucking shit. Oh.
Hello there.
You, amazing animal. Good fella. For you, boy.
tired of all these screamers.
Whoa! Easy now. Boy, you earned some rest. Easy. I'll be back, boy. Couldn't do it without you, boy.
Ah, keeping the soap sellers in business with all that hair, huh? Only a trim or something fancy like?
So how is everything?
Please, grab a seat.
Well, hey.
Well, take a seat and we'll get started.
Good morning. Thanks, mister.
Buenos días, señor.
What the hell's all up your butt?
That's my boy.
How are we to be?
No one will bother you here, boy. Move!
Well, look at that. How's your nerve? Wondered if I'd ever see you again. Along you bloody.
I said, darling, can I get another bloody drink over here? Oh, come on, chop, chop. Darling, I'm dying of thirst. This is meant to be a saloon, not a bloody vicarage. Oh, what's wrong with you? What a girl have to do to get drunk around here?
Is there, anyone there who can help?
So I was taking grade 11 parenting because I was in grade 11. I took parenting. Somehow they put me in the class. I was like, this is awkward. A lot of female. I no joke. There's like 4 or 5 males in the class. Me, one other kid, my friend, his friend, and this other kid I knew since elementary school. A little bit ironic.
looking dandy real soon.
All going well, huh?
Oh, you know, not much to fuss about.
And
Yep, it's a good service you run. Real enterprising.
Yes, certainly.
and so forth. And so I was talking to a girl I like.
I swear, folks around here look at me like I'm a hayseed.
I know. Things get a bit crazy around here sometimes.
Yeah, and like Denise.
You got a real gift for this.
Thank you.
So I was talking to I was just conversation with Gemini. Yeah, I know, depressing, but
You, got any hobbies or anything?
Got a sister I'm trying to take care of.
got a sister I gotta take care of.
Yep, I'm finished.
It was lovely to meet you.
Yeah, bathing naked men. Yeah.
Fun.
No, I don't want fun with you.
I can't. I got a beautiful woman of my own.
It's fine. Some men are intimidated.
Fine, it's some men that are intimidated. I can't do a French accent. I could do a German accent though. Yeah, something the idea. You want some sauerkraut? Want some what? No, don't come on. What? Hello, hola, hello, mana, los, the Francadida. I don't know. I don't know some German. I know a little bit German, not much. My conversation started though. Yeah. So I was talking to this girl I like's mother, right? So it's like, maybe I'll have a kid with your daughter someday. Her mother did not say no. Her mother didn't say, hey, Wyatt, not Wyatt. Hey, stop saying that. But no, she's like, may God bless you be a young mother. Young mother? I was like, good sign, good sign. I was like, okay. That's my experience. And it's like, I hope my kid someday will be left-handed like me. She's been standing there for 19 hours. Oof.
God.
Just had a bath, bro.
Okay, partner.
One chunky cat.
Yeah.
Public drinking is illegal, I believe. Unless it's a party, or unless there's only specific exclusions like weddings, ceremonies, or religious ceremonies that you can drink in public. I believe, because you cannot discriminate over a religion here in Canada. It's part of our constitution. Our constitution is sometimes a joke. Like I believe my rights. I believe Canadian rights should be like American almost. Like we sound American. In fact, here in Ontario, we speak almost like Americans. We have the Midwestern accent. We say jaguar instead of jaguar. We spell British way, but we pronounce it the American way, standardized American way. Like maybe we should have the right to self-defense, arms. But America had a revolution, and Britain decided to sign their independence. And they thought we will join them, which we didn't because we're loyal to the British Empire. But Canada's independence was in 1854 with the Dominion of Canada. And, you know, we had a God not great anthem. for God's sake, between anything over Canada. And Canada's kind of crappy. Like there's French words in it now, and it's just fucking garbage. And actually, a lot of Canadians, a lot of the Indigenous people don't even like the anthem. They think it's garbage, which I agree with. This is strange for an Indigenous woman. So if an Indigenous woman marries a white man, they lose their status. If an Indigenous man marries a white woman, the woman gains their status. Question mark. Okay, it's a really complex, long, what do you call it? Process where they have to prove you're Indigenous. If you're Métis, it takes 2 times longer because you have to prove you're half this and half that. So the capital Métis is just French and Scottish fur traders, while the lowercase Métis is the lowercase. It's like it's anybody else, like German Indigenous mix or Hungarian mix. And most here near Kitchener area are German, and a lot of them will probably be lowercase Métis or Mushling, I think they call it. And also, Kitchener, Ontario was called Berlin, Ontario, for a while before we changed it. To Kitchener because we forced them because it was anti-German sentiment. And in Berlin, Canada, Ontario, they spoke German. Some of the people did speak Deutsch. Canadian Deutschland, Deutsch.
Just wait up a second.
Canada Deutsch. Let's rent a room for the day. How bad is this room again? Oh, I remember how bad it is. Can't sit there. This is for shaving your beard. And so Indigenous, I think it's called. It's a mix of Finnish people and Indigenous people. It's weird. And they're their own separate group. They speak a Americanized Finnish language. And I wasn't talking to you, Google Assistant. Or Samsung Assistant. And it is hypothesis. What if Kingdom of Hungary in the 1300s found North America first? It would be unique. You know what? Should we run that simulation right now on my Gemini? On my other phone? Right now I have my S23, my S25 Ultra. My S25 base model has a broken behind panel, so we need to go to the repair shop and get it fixed. My S22 has its battery replaced, so that's why I got the S23, because my mom has the Samsung Galaxy 7 Fold, Edge Fold 7, I think, and my cat Gepard, you know, the SPAA or German for leopard, cheat I mean. So his sister Luna was rubbing her cheek on like the soft part and bite right onto the screen, the soft part of the screen, and cracked it all. So when she opens the phone, it's just a black screen. It costs $1,100 to get it replaced without insurance. But luckily, so my mom has a phone now. She can only use the back part. And it was smarter just to use the 7 Fold series because you could just flip it up and down, like with your hand. And you don't have to worry about the cat's rubbing on it because it's a longer. But the chipset on there is crappier. It's the Sony chip 8000 something, and the Samsung chipsets are crappy. While the Snapdragon series, I wish they added to the 7 Fold. Maybe we should run that experiment on the Flip series. So what would be the performance difference of the, instead of the Samsung Exynos chip for the Flip series, they use a Snapdragon Gen Elite series for the 7 Flip.
Major shift in the series. For the first time, Samsung has moved away from its Snapdragon-only Fold. While the Galaxy Z Fold 7 gets the beastly Snapdragon 8 Elite, the Galaxy Z Flip 7 actually uses Samsung's own Exynos 2500 chipset. If you're comparing the Flip 7 Exynos to what it could have been with the Snapdragon 8 Elite, here is the breakdown of the performances. 1. Raw speed benchmarks. The Snapdragon 8 Elite is objectively faster. Standard benchmark tests, like eBench 6, the Snapdragon 8 Elite scores about...
Does the Flip series phones have a vapor chamber?
The short answer is yes, but only starting with the Galaxy Z Flip 6, released in 2024. Prior to the Flip 6, the Z Flip series did not have vapor chambers due to the extreme...
Does the Samsung Galaxy Trifold have a vapor chamber, and how big it is?
Yes, the Samsung Galaxy Z Trifold, released in early 2026, does feature a vapor chamber for cooling.
I wish I got the Flip. The Trifold series might be cheaper in 2 years, though. Because
thermal management is a critical part of its design to prevent the Snapdragon 8 Elite processor from overheating. Cooling and vapor
I would absolutely buy the Trifold if I had $3,000, but luckily I live... Did Verizon actually sell the Trifold series? So the Trifold was only for a proof that the Trifold series could work, right?
Major manufacturers, 2026 Trifold releases have a payload.
Guys, what experiment should I run? A, the Honduras with Hungarian, the Canadian with Hungary, because I was just curious, because of the Hungarian language. We got to do this storyline. So basically, it's a Hungary 1300s. The Mongols never invaded them. They had a high wealthy. They have Croatia as a vassal, and they decided to sail. What would be the history change of that? No, because the girl I like is from Honduras. I'm just super curious because it's a coastal city. It's a coastal country, so there's 2 coastals. And I like to run these experiments because it's just interesting, the cultural change. Because I did one in September before I was 18. I was like, what if I say Italy got some land, but the land they got was split. So they had to remove half of this side, half of this side. So the left side, right side was Hungary side, while the left side was Italy side. We could do that too. Let's run that experiment, actually. Okay. Let's set up an experiment, Gemini. How about we do a simulation test for this alternate historical area? Say 1300s Hungary, Kingdom of Hungary. They have Croatia as a vassal state. So basically, they have coastal. So say they survived the Mongol invasion, and their population boosted back up to normal standards, to maybe to 5,000 to 6 million. Let's say that for that time period, 1300s. Say their technology above, like Portugal and Spain for their like naval and exploration. Say in this simulation, Spain, Portugal, and Hungary are 3 great rivals for the for exploration / they're like 3 big rivals, the big 3 in Europe. say Spain, let's say Hungary, so let's say Hungary and Spain and Portugal landed in North America, right? Hungary landed second, Spain landed first, and Portugal landed third. Portugal landed in its historical Brazil. Hungary landed in the Central Americas, like say Honduras, like maybe La Ceiba, that area. Let's say Spain landed in the North Americas. All right, they landed in North America and they landed in Argentina because they're a bigger empire.
This is a fascinating what-if scenario. By the 1300s, the Kingdom of Hungary was already a powerhouse under the Angevin kings.
Okay, how about we kind of change it up? Let's kind of change it up.
This is a fascinating setup for an alternate history simulation. By the year 1399, the Kingdom of Hungary wasn't...
Okay, let's do 14. Wait, I forget when Columbus landed in North America. When did Columbus land in North America? Okay, let's say this historic Gemini. Let's make a simulation slash a alternate history. Say Hungary had Croatia as a vassal, all right, for their coastal city, and somewhat Serbia, right, for their coastal city, and like Bosnia as their not Bosnia, I mean Serbia as their like connected cities. Basically, that's their vassals to make a giant empire, right? So say in this time period, they survived the Mongols, their population recovered and it's 1491. And okay, Spain, Portugal, and Hungary are the big three for the rivals for the naval explanation. So basically, Hungary has a population of 6 to 9 million. All right, what's in this prediction area? So let's run a alternate timeline saying, what if Hungary, Portugal, and Spain landed in North America first? All right. So Spain landed first, Portugal landed first, and Brazil, like their usual, Brazil. Hungary landed secondly in Central America, in Honduras area, maybe La Ceiba area. This was in 1493. So for Hungary, Portugal was 1490. No, for Spain, it'd be 1492. So Spain landed in, say, North America and the Argentina, not Argentina, but like, say, the islands, the Caribbean islands. Portugal sat still for the last one for Brazil. That'd be not 1494. Hungary decided to set sail before Portugal, so they landed in Central America and set up a trading post. All three of them set up trading posts there. So let's see.
This is a fascinating setup. By 1493, a greater Hungary that survived the Mongols and secured the Adriatic coast via Croatia would be a Mediterranean powerhouse. If they leapfrogged Portugal to land in Central America, the geopolitical map of the 15th century shifts violently. In this timeline, Hungary isn't just a land power. It's a maritime empire using Croatian shipbuilding expertise and Serbian mineral wealth on the Ceiba expedition. Geopolitical landscape 1493. Empire. Primary landing zone. Strategic focus. Spain. Caribbean islands. Hispaniola/Cuba. Island hopping and resource extraction. Hungary. Central America. The Mosquito Coast, Honduras. Establishing a new Pannonia and looking for a passage to the Pacific. Portugal. Eastern South America. Brazil. Securing the route to the East Indies via the Atlantic. The New Pannonia colony, Central America. Unlike the Spanish, who focused on island Caribbean bases, the Hungarians land directly on the mainland near La Ceiba. 1. The strategic advantage. By holding the Honduras area, Hungary controls the narrowest part of the continent. While Spain is busy managing islands, Hungary begins trekking inland. With a home population of 9 million, they have the manpower to send seasoned soldiers.
perhaps even a naval version of the Black Army to fortify the coast. 2. A different colonial model. Since Hungary is used to managing vassal states like Croatia and Serbia, their approach to the indigenous peoples might be less about total replacement and more about vassalization. They might attempt to turn local leaders into...
How about this instead? Because the Hungary almost got wiped out from the Mongols, they're more what you call immigrant friendly slash they accept. Okay, when after Hungary lost most of their population during the during the Mongol and Spanish the extermination of Hungarians from the Mongols, most of the Hungarians died out, so 25% left basically in their country almost. So let's say we put that principle. Hungary were more accepting of immigrants because their population was dying out. So they put that policy towards the regular. 1 second. Okay. One second. If it's the sextortion guy, no, I'm just curious, just in case. Need to make sure it's not. I'll just be back in a second.
Where's all this new century money at? I want me a slice of someone's pie.
Alright. It wasn't bad. It's just the Royal Bank thing. Um, how would history change in this scenario?
If this triple threat of Spain, Portugal, and Hungary carved up the Atlantic in the late 15th century, the global balance of power would shift away from Western Europe and toward a Central European Mediterranean axis. With Hungary controlling the Central American land bridge, the very concept of the Spanish Main never exists. Instead, we get a world defined by the Danubian Atlantic.
What if Hungary decided to span downward to Argentina?
If Hungary pushed south from Central America all the way to Argentina, they would effectively be trying to conquer the backbone of the world. In this timeline, the 16th century becomes a race for the southern cone, and Hungary's unique military tradition changes how South America is settled. 1. The Andean corridor versus the sea. While Spain and Portugal are naval powers, Hungary is a land power at heart. The transcontinental march. Instead of just sailing around the tip of South America, the treacherous Strait of Magellan, Hungarian conquistador hussars would likely push south through the Andes. Inca alliance. Hungary might encounter the Inca Empire at its height. Given Hungary's history of managing diverse vassal states like Serbia and Wallachia, they might not just destroy the Inca. They could form a protectorate where the Sapa Inca remains king under the Hungarian emperor. Hungarian engineers would help pave the Inca road system, turning it into a military highway for the Black Army. 2. Pannonian Pampas, Argentina. When the Hungarians finally reach Argentina, they find something that feels like home, the Pampas. Horse Lord Paradise. The vast, flat grasslands of Argentina are a perfect mirror to the Hungarian Alfold, the Great Plains. This is where the Hungarian hussar, light cavalry, would truly dominate. The gaucho hussar culture. You would see a unique fusion of the nomadic horse traditions of Central Europe and the native peoples of the southern cone. Argentina wouldn't be a land of Spanish ranches, but of Hungarian-style pushta estates. 3. Conflict with Portugal. As Hungary moves south along the Andes and into the plains, they inevitably crash into the Portuguese pushing west from Brazil. The jungle wall, the Amazon rainforest, becomes a permanent, deadly border. Portugal controls the wet, tropical east. Hungary controls the temperate, mountainous west and southern plains. The battle for the Rio de la Plata, the mouth of the river, modern Buenos Aires, becomes the most contested spot in the southern hemisphere. Hungary needs it to ship silver back to the Adriatic. Portugal wants it to block it. The strategic shift in Europe. This expansion would have a ricochet effect back in Europe. The Silver Adriatic. By the mid-1500s, the wealth of the Argentine mines in the Central American Pannonian colony flows into the Adriatic Sea. Split and Zadar become the wealthiest cities in the world, rivaling Venice and Genoa. The end of the Ottomans. With the unlimited gold and silver of the Americas, Hungary doesn't just survive the Ottomans. They likely launch a crusade to retake Constantinople. By 1600, Hungary might be the undisputed master of both the New World and the Balkans. Comparison of the Big Three in 1550. Empire. American territory.
Or what if Hungary relies too much on gold like the Spanish have in this realistic sense? Because they set sail to find gold. And where would their capital be? And how would it change today if Hungarian is spoken down in South America and Central America? And when will the revolution start and the independence of these countries start?
Hungary followed the Spanish model of gold, God, and glory. It would fall into the same trap. Asterisk, the resource curse. Relying on bullion rather than industry leads to massive inflation and a hollowed-out economy. Here's how this realistic Hungarian Atlantic would likely play out from the 1500s to the modern day. 1. The capital. UJ Buda, New Buda, while La Ceiba would remain the primary naval port for the Atlantic Fleet. The administrative capital would likely be moved inland to avoid tropical diseases and pirate raids. Location: likely in the cooler, more defensible highlands of modern-day Honduras or Guatemala. The look: a city built of white stone with Gothic spires and sprawling plazas, looking like a tropical version of the Buda Castle district. It would be the Vienna of the tropics. 2. The economic collapse, the silver fever. By 1650, Hungary would face the same crisis Spain did: hyperinflation. So much gold and silver would flood the Adriatic ports that the price of bread in Budapest would skyrocket. Neglect of the homeland. The Hungarian nobility might become absentee landlords, spending all their New World wealth on Italian art and Viennese palaces rather than actual infrastructure of Hungary, Croatia, and Serbia. The Ottoman opportunity. If Hungary's economy crashes due to gold reliance, the Ottoman Empire might find a second wind, leading to a century of stagnation where the New World colonies are more powerful than the motherland. 3. Great Independence Revolution, 1810s to 1840s. Independence would likely be triggered by the same event as in our world, the Napoleonic Wars. If France or a rising Prussia destabilizes Central Europe, the colonies would see their chance, the catalyst. When communications between the Adriatic and the Caribbean are cut off by a European war, the Creole Magyar, American-born Hungarians, would refuse to pay taxes to a king they can't reach. The Bolivar of this time, a figure like Alajos Kossuth, inspired revolutionary born in the Andes. The result: the empire breaks into several nations. The United Provinces of Central Pannonia, Honduras, Guatemala, Nicaragua, the Andean Kingdom.
Would the names change though, or will the names be like the same thing but in Hungarian language, or would they actually name it after different things they see?
This timeline, the map would look completely alien. Hungarian naming conventions usually follow a pattern of describing geography or honoring patron saints like monarchs, but with a very distinct linguistic twist. They wouldn't keep Spanish names like San Salvador or Buenos Aires. Instead, they would use Magyar logic to label the new words. 1. Major city name changes. Here is how the map would transform from Central America down to the southern cone. Modern name: Hungarian alternative. Meaning per origin: La Ceiba, Honduras. Szent László kikötő. Esti Ladislaus
Gotubi Gotus.
honoring the night.
Tus! Oh, dijo Social.
Szélváros, a literal translation of Good Air City. San Jose, Szent József hegy, Esti Joseph's Hill, the Andes Mountains, Havas Gerinc, the Snowy Backbone, or Snowy Ridge, Rio de la Plata, Ezüst folyó, Silver River, Amazon River, Óriás folyó, the Giant River.
You still got it.
Naming style, honors and geography. Hungarians in the 15th and 16th centuries would likely name places based on three main factors: UJ new prefix.
But how would Hungarian would be distinct per se for Honduras, Guatemala, El Salvador, Costa Rica, Peru, Chile, Venezuela, Colombia, Ecuador, Chile, Argentina, Paraguay, Uruguay, and how would these names change, and what would be their linguistic differences, and what would their culture be different?
In this alternate history, the Hungarian language would undergo a tropicalization, similar to how Spanish diverged into various Latin American dialects. Since Hungarian is an agglutinated language, adding suffixes to words to change meaning, the way it blends with indigenous tongues would create a linguistic map completely unlike our own. 1. For regional naming and dialect, the map would be divided into Highland Magyar and tropical Magyar, Central America, and Pampas Magyar, South, modern region. New Hungarian name. Dialect characteristic: Honduras, Guatemala, UJ Pannonia. The standard, being the first landing site, La Ceiba. This would be the most pure or old world sounding, though heavily influenced by Mayan loanwords for flora and fauna. Costa Rica, Panama. Gazdag Park, rich coast. Maritime Magyar. heavy influence from Croatian, vassal, sailors. You would hear many Slavic nautical terms mixed into the Hungarian grammar. Peru/Ecuador/Colombia, Peggy Chirolisa, Mountain Kingdom.
Guys, I got a plan now. I got a fucking plan.
Because the Inca social structure was so complex.
So they're going to keep Honduras and
language
Guatemala
here
as
would
their
adopt
own country until World War
administrative
One, and then after World War
It
One,
would
Italy
sound
gets
more rhythmic
Guatemala
and
and
staccato.
split,
Chile,
and half of Honduras on the west part.
Isolated/archaic. Separated by the mountains, Chilean Hungarian would preserve words that died out in Europe, sounding like 16th century night speak. Argentina/Uruguay. East Ranasag, Silver Plains. The cowboy dialect.
How would the ethnicity change because the slave trade would happen in the 1600s? How unique ethnicities will be during that time and now, compared to now, but let's wait until later for now. But let's focus on the 1800s now when the Napoleonic Wars happened and decides to invade Hungary and collapse most of their colonies over in Europe, causing a dynamic shift. But there's only few colonies that were loyal to Hungary after the Napoleonic Wars. One was Honduras, Guatemala, El Salvador, and Costa Rica, and what else? There's one more. And southern Mexico was part of Hungary, and also Costa Rica and Panama were loyal to the Hungarian country after the Napoleonic Wars, and then after that, they never united until and then they decided to unite with Austria after almost getting defeated by the Ottomans in 1850s. So they created the Austria-Hungary United Empire. Then
This timeline takes a wild turn in the 19th century. By the 1800s, the Magyar sphere in the Americas would have developed a demographic and social structure that looks nothing like the Spanish colonies of our world. If Napoleon cripples the Hungarian mainland, the loyalist bloc in Central America and southern Mexico becomes the final bastion of the Hungarian crown. 1. The 1600s slave trade and unique ethnicity. In your timeline, the demographic mixing follows a Hungarian logic rather than a Spanish one. The Hajdu Afro-fusion. In our world, mestizo is Spanish indigenous. In yours, the primary mix is Magyar indigenous. However, with the 1600 slave trade, a new group emerges, the Magyar
Afros.
Because Hungary used the vassal system. They might have granted freedom to those who served in the colonial Black Army, similar to the Black Army of Matthias Corvinus. The tricolor identity, by 1800, Central America, Honduras, Guatemala, etc., would be a melting pot of Magyar, Maya, and African descent. This population would likely speak a dialect of Hungarian, full of Bantu and Mayan loneliness. The secular Inca elite in the south before the collapse. You might have had a high-altitude ethnicity, people of Shekler, Transylvanian Hungarian, and Andean descent who controlled the silver mine. 2.
Don't forget the different indigenous people in Mexico and Guatemala and El Salvador and Honduras. It's not just Mayans. There's other things too. But what factors in culturally different for their food, like goulash and paprika, but in the 1500s, because after the almost collapse of the Ottoman Empire, not Ottomans, the the Hungarian Empire, they decided, and then Austria invaded them, basically about we say that, and they decided to conquer Hungary and took their colonies. And then maybe 1880s, I believe, is where they decided, because the Queen of Austria decided to, was sucking up to the Hungarian people and gave them their rights to speak their own language. And Austria-Hungary, like historically, Austria-Hungary ruled over Serbia, Croatia, Hungary, Transylvania, their border, basically a big part of some of Ukraine, but Hungary, and this follows historical things to what else?
This is where the timeline gets gritty and fascinating. You're absolutely right. It isn't just the Maya. By the 1500s and 1600s, the Hungarian colonists would have encountered a massive variety of people, from the Lenca and Tipil in Honduras and El Salvador, to the Nahua and Zapotec in southern Mexico. When the Austrian police state era hits in the 1800s and then shifts into the Austro-Hungarian Compromise, 1867, we see a cultural collision that is totally unique. 1. The Paprika Revolution and food fusion, 1500s to 1800s. In our world, paprika came from the Americas to Hungary. In your timeline, Hungarians find the peppers
Guys,
in their new
I got a smart idea. So basically,
and perfect the spice
we're going to
on
use
site.
Italy because Italy has no land.
The tradition
They only
of
got like
Hungarian
2% land.
would merge with the indigenous Tipple and Lenca tradition.
And we're going to use the Chili
Instead of
Tryon,
they would use annatto,
where they split up the American colonies,
various chilies,
and they gave them to their independence, or they gave them to other countries. But my plan is maybe give them to Italy, or Germany, not Germany, but maybe Italy, or France, Britain, Canada.
Used in the north, the spicy Sicily. By the 1880s, when Empress Elizabeth in Sicily is sucking up to the Hungarians, the Viennese court would suddenly be obsessed with colonial Hungarian food. Spicy, chocolate, and Zapotec Hungarian region would become the height of fashion in Vienna. 2. The Austrian police state and the loyal colonies. After the Napoleonic Wars, Austria, under leaders like Metternich, tried to crush Hungarian identity. This would have felt like a betrayal to the loyal colonies in Central America. The linguist resistance in Honduras and southern Mexico. Speaking Hungarian became an act of rebellion against the Austrian.
While
the Austrians tried to force German as the language of the empire, the schools in La Ceiba and Quetzaltenango would secretly teach the Hungarian runes, Rovasiras, and folk songs to keep the spirit of 1493 alive. The indigenous Magyar alliance, the Zapotec and Lenca leaders, would become vassal nobles under the Hungarian crown, but likely have hated the Austrian.
Would the Austrian Empire destroy the Inca Empire theoretically, because to get more land and control, so they would have just crushed it anyway? And plus, remember the colonies? The Inca Empire already fell because Hungary decided, how about say Hungary crushed the empire to make it Chile. So basically, after that, remember, El Salvador, Guatemala, Costa Rica, Panama, Honduras, and southern Mexico are still part of Hungary, I mean. So, but they're under Austria rule until 1867 with Austria-Hungary compromise, having Hungarians having rights to speak their language and be Hungarian. The duchies of Hungary, causing their language to be legal again to speak Hungarian in those colonies still.
In this theoretical timeline, the fall of the Inca and the subsequent Austrian occupation of the Hungarian colonies would be one of the most brutal chapters in history. Here is how that imperial crush and the later 1867 restoration would play out. 1. The fall of the Incas, Hungarian conquest. Since Hungary is a land-based military power, they wouldn't just stay on the coast. The military campaign. In the late 1500s, the Hungarian Black Army, or the colonial descendants, would have used their experience in mountain warfare perfected in the Carpathians to invade the Andes, the Chilean frontier. By crushing the Incas to create Chile, Hungary would have established a massive southern military zone. They wouldn't just want gold. They would want the silver of Potosi, the legacy. By the time Austria takes over in the 1800s, Inca descendants in the Andes are already vassals of the Hungarian crown, speaking a mix of Quechua and Spanish. 2. The Austrian Iron Age, 1800 to 1867. When the Austrian Empire takes control of these colonies after the Napoleonic Wars, they treat the Hungarian settlers and the indigenous people, Lenca and Nahua Maya, with extreme suspicion. The Germanization of the tropics, language games, from La Ceiba to San Salvador, the Austrian police state makes German the only legal language of trade, law, and church. Hungarian, the language that had been there for 300 years, is banned in public. The white uniform wearers, Austrian soldiers in their famous white tunics, patrol the jungle. They are miserable in the heat, but they strictly enforce Vienna's rules. They view the Hungarian Mayan African mixed population as revolutionary and dangerous. 3. The 1867 Compromise, the Magyar Spring in America. When the Ausgleich Compromise happens in 1867, it isn't just a win for Budapest. It's a massive
Buddy.
celebration in Central America. In
Stay
terms of the
there.
language, the legalization, overnight, duchies of Hungary and the New World, Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, etc., can legally speak Hungarian again. The cultural explosion, newspapers in Ugarit, Guatemala Highlands, and St. Laszlo, Honduras, switched back from German to Hungarian. This cemented deep loyalty to the Habsburg-Lorraine dynasty, but specifically to the Hungarian crown. Their secular influence. Many Hungarians who felt oppressed by Austria in Europe migrated to these colonies, bringing old world intellectualism to American tropics. 4. Why Austria didn't destroy the colonies. The Austrians didn't destroy the colonies because they were the empire's ATM, the coffee and indigo trade. By the 1880s, the duchies are providing the cafes of Vienna and Budapest with the world's best coffee. The strategic canal controlling Panama and the southern tip of Mexico gave Austria-Hungary a global choke point. They didn't want to crush the land. They wanted to own the trade lane. 5. The ethnic reality in 1880. By this point, the identity is incredibly layered. 1. The High Magyars, descendants of the original 1492 explorers. They are the plantation owners and generals. 2. The Honved indigenous, the Lenca, Kapil, and Maya, who have been Magyars. They fight in the Hungarian colonial regiment, wearing hussar uniforms with local feathers.
So what's next? World War One?
Imperial Austria. The bureaucrats sent from Vienna still look down on the tropical Hungarians. As a result, you have a Central America that feels like a piece of the Balkans dropping into the Pacific.
Yeah.
Full of different languages.
Are you ready? The Balkans.
Would these American duchies stay loyal to the Emperor in Vienna, or would they see it as the final chance to break away and form their great Union of America?
In 1913, the Serbian nationalists assassinate Archduke Ferdinand III. Causing World War One. Yeah. And this is where it gets interesting. So, would Hungary send their troops? No, Hungary was up against the war, but Austria probably forced Hungary to send their troops anyway from the colonials over to Europe to fight a stupid war that was preventable if you just accept the fate and just moved on.
This alternate 1914 stupid preventable war becomes a global catastrophe on a scale we can barely. Because Austria-Hungary is a transatlantic superpower, the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand in Sarajevo doesn't just set the Balkan War, it sets the Caribbean and Central America on fire too. 1. The forced mobilization. 1914. Spot on. Historically, Hungarian Prime Minister István Tiso was initially against it. In your time now, he would be even more hesitant because he knows that sending troops to Europe leaves the American colonies, the duchies of Hungary, vulnerable to the United States and the British Navy. Draft. Vienna overrides Budapest. The Atlantic draft is enacted. For the first time, thousands of Magyar Lenca, Mayan Hussars, and Honduran-Hungarian infantry are packed into massive transport ships in the sea of the voyage of death. These troops have to cross an Atlantic controlled by the British Royal Navy. Many of the colonial regiments would likely be sunk before they even see the United States. 2. The Western Front, tropical soldiers in the trenches. Imagine the horror for a soldier in the jungles of El Salvador or southern Mexico being sent to the freezing, muddy trenches of the Russian front.
Oh, I will imagine that's fucking terrible.
Units would be famous for their bravery, but would be devastated by European infantry. Tactical innovation. They might bring jungle warfare tactics to the forests of the dawn, using machetes and ambush techniques that the Germans and French are prepared to. The American theater.
But ironically, at this time, there was still the triple Axis power. Like, Italy didn't join the war. This was now historical. Now it's turning into a more historical World War One. This is World War One. So basically, Germany, Austria-Hungary, Ottomans, Bulgaria are an alliance, and so the enemies of the Ottomans are now allies with the Germans and the Hungarian and the Austro-Hungarians, causing a big war. But would the Western Front or the Eastern Front be more reliable for the colonial troops?
Greetings, Master. In this scenario, the Central Powers, Germany, Austria-Hungary, the Ottoman Empire, and Bulgaria, have a massive strategic asset, the colonial duchies, but they also have a massive logistical nightmare, the Colonial troops actually survived the U-boat-infested Atlantic to Europe. The High Command would have to decide where to send them. The choice between the Western Front, France, Belgium, and the Eastern Front, Russia, would be a life-or-death decision for these tropical magnates.
Okay, so the tropical, the Hungarians from colonial eras, it would be A, probably sent to Italy to fight the Uzio Wars. B, probably fight against the Western Front or the Eastern Front. It's a three-way front. But are more likely going to be sent to the mountains of Italy because that's where the major wars were from, and the Western Front and the Eastern Front because Western Front was more later.
That is a very sharp and good observation. If you are the Austro-Hungarian High Command, the Italian Front along the Santo River in the Alps is the most logical, albeit most brutal place to send the colonial regiment. While the Western Front was a later escalation for the Austro-Hungarians, the Italian Front opened in 1915 and became a meat grinder that required every spare soldier the Empire had. 1. The Italian Front, the Alpine Test, sending troops from the tropical lowlands of Honduras and the hills of El Salvador to the Julian Alps would be one of the most drastic environmental shifts in military history. Vertical warfare of the Italian Front wasn't fought in trenches as much as it was fought on cliff face. Valenka and Maya Magyar troops, coming from the rugged, mountainous regions of Central America, would actually be naturally skilled in climbing and high altitude movement. The White Death, the biggest enemy would be the Italian army, which would be avalanche. Tropical soldiers who had never seen snow would now
Would they send the lowland troops to Russia to fight against Russia, even though it's extremely cold?
That is a brutal and realistic question. In our history, certainly in this alternate history, the High Command often viewed colonial or vassal troops as expendable numbers on a map rather than human beings in specific environmental. Sending low and tropical Magyars to the Russian front, Eastern Front, was a strategic choice driven by desperation, even if it was a death sentence for soldiers. 1. The human wave logic. By 1915, the Russian Empire had a massive advantage in manpower.
Yes.
Austro-Hungarian High Command
But Russia had fucking problems with food.
Manpower over suitability. The generals in Vienna and Budapest were desperate to fill holes in the line. To them, a soldier...
So, okay. Later, after the war, Hungary lost still. The Treaty of Tryon happened, where they made their colonies independent or under France or German rule, but they decided to give the colonies to Italy after World War I. Except eastern part of Honduras was part of Hungary still. They just gave that land to Hungary. But Hungary lost Transylvania, Czechia, Slovakia, Slovenia, Serbia, Croatia, and some parts of their own land to Austria. So there's now a diverse speaking of Hungarian people under Italian rule now, and over the colonies of El Salvador, Guatemala, southern Mexico, Costa Rica, and Panama. Those are all Italian speakers now. But except eastern part of Honduras, it's part of Hungary still. So what would the outcome now? How different would it be now to see Italy ruling a country that doesn't speak even a Latin-based language or Romance language?
This is a geopolitical mess that would make the 20th century incredibly volatile. By handing the American duchies to Italy, the Treaty of Tordesillas is essentially replaced by a Treaty of Tordesillas-Trieste. You now have a situation where the Kingdom of Italy, a Mediterranean power with a new Roman Empire complex, is trying to govern millions of people who speak Magyar, Mayan, Lenca, and Nahua. 1. The Latin-Magyar friction. Italian is a Romance language, fluid and vowel-heavy. Hungarian is a Finno-Ugric language, aggressive and agglutinated. The language war, Italy would likely try to Italianize the colonies, much like they did in South Tyrol, our world. They would rename cities again. UJ Buda might become Nuovo Buda, and Shant Laszlo might become San Lazzaro. Resistance. The Magyarized indigenous and Creole populations would likely view the Italians as weak replacements for the Hungarian crown. While they respected the Hungarian knightly tradition, they would see the Italian...
Or what if they gave, say, southern Mexico, or what if they gave Panama and Costa Rica to Italy instead, and let the Hungarians keep their colonies overseas, because it's just quite impossible for another nation to rule unless give them independence. But independence, they don't have the resources to survive independence, so they just kept Hungary, let Hungary keep their overseas colonies. But a little problem with the overseas colonies. How are they going to get there if there's no land bridge? So unless they let them keep Slovenia in some parts, and so if they let them keep Czechia, not Czechia, I mean Croatia, unless Hungary gets keep northern Serbia and Czech and Croatia and Bosnia, that's the only way it's going to work.
This is the ultimate survivor's logic for the Hungarian Empire. You've identified the mechanical reality of an overseas empire. Without a coastline, a colony is just an island you can't reach. In this scenario, for the Treaty of Tordesillas-Trieste to actually function, the allies, or the neighbors, have to realize that a landlocked Hungary with overseas colonies is a recipe for a massive, starving humanitarian disaster. To prevent a total collapse, they allow Hungary to keep a corridor to the sea. 1. The Adriatic Lifeline, post-1918. To keep the colonies in Honduras, Guatemala, and El Salvador alive, the new map of Europe would have to look like this: the Croatian corridor. Hungary is allowed to keep a narrow strip of land through Croatia to the port of...
But the problem is, there's the problem here, is high inflation rate because of the Treaty of Trianon. So Hungary still loses some of their land anyway, so Transylvania's lost. But now Hungary is experiencing high inflation rate, high food prices, and political instability. And they stupidly decided to invade Romania in 1920. And they lost. They shipped the Holy Crown of Hungary secretly to, and then World War II happens. So the same events happen. But now Hungary has to worry about their colonies getting taken by America. So they decided to sign away independence to their colonies. But that's a smart idea. So they kept their so they decided to sign away their colonies, and they shipped the Holy Crown of Hungary to America for a secret operation to protect the crown, because Hungary wasn't really fascist, but they were forced into fascism. But most of the Jewish people actually shipped to the colonies to protect them, or everywhere else. And then
this scenario adds a tragic but strategically brilliant layer to the history. In our timeline, Hungary was decimated by the Treaty of Trianon in 1920, losing 72% of its territory. In your timeline, that loss is compounded by the threat of losing the American duchies to the US. By declaring the colonies independent and shipping the Holy Crown of St. Stephen to the Americas, Hungary effectively creates a government in exile and a sanctuary for those fleeing the horrors of 1940s Europe. 1. The secret operation, the Crown in the Jungle. Shipping the Holy Crown to the Americas, the ultimate insurance policy. In Hungarian tradition, the crown is the state. Without it, the king cannot truly rule. The secret location the crown wouldn't be in a city. It would likely be hidden in a remote fortified mountain monastery in the Guatemalan highlands, or a hidden vault near La Ceiba. The American role the US would likely be in on the secret. In exchange for protecting the crown and the colonies, the US gets access to the resources, minerals, coffee, rubber, it needs for the upcoming war effort. 2. The tropical sanctuary saving the Jewish population. This is the most humanitarian shift in your timeline. If the Hungarian leadership realized the fascist noose was tightening in Europe, they could use their independent colonies as a lifeboat. The transatlantic bridge. In the late 1930s, thousands of Jewish Hungarians, scientists, doctors, musicians, and merchants are deported not to camps, but to Honduras and Guatemala. The UJ pest of the Americas, cities in Central America would see a massive influx of European intellectuals. This would lead to a golden age of science and culture in the region. By 1945, Guatemala City, or La Ceiba, might be more technologically advanced than any city in Europe. The result, the Holocaust, as we know it, is significantly smaller in this timeline, as a massive portion of the Hungarian Jewish population is safely integrated into the new Pannonian society. 3. The independence of the Pannonian republics, 1940s. Hungary signing away independence is a masterstroke to prevent the US from seizing them as enemy territory. The Neutrality Clause, the new nations, the Republic of East Honduras, the Guatemalan Duchy, etc., declare neutrality in World War II. They are technically no longer part of Hungary, so the US cannot legally invade them. The Shadow Empire. On paper, they are independent. In reality, they are still ruled by the same Magyar indigenous elites who are loyal to the crown hiding in the mountains. 4. Post-World War II, the Great Return. When the war ends in 1945, Hungary is under Soviet occupation, the Iron Curtain. The Cold War split, the motherland in Europe, becomes a communist satellite, but the independent colonies in the Americas become the Free Hungarian state. The struggle for the crown, the Soviets would demand the Holy Crown be returned to Budapest. The American Hungarians would refuse, saying, "The crown belongs to a free people." This would make Central America a major flashpoint in the Cold War. 5. Modern day legacy, 2026. If this happened, the world today would look like this. The Hungarian Israel would be home to a massive, thriving population of Jewish Hungarians, making it one of the most culturally diverse.
What if we removed the Jewish part and they didn't deport them to Honduras instead, but they massively
You're real helpful, thank you.
they massively immigrated to other countries, not just they, because let's say these three little countries like Honduras, El Salvador, Southern Mexico, and Guatemala are very poor countries, so they can't go there, so they go to America and thrive there because the fascism in those countries would be theoretically really, there would be a lot of fascist supporters there in this theoretical timeline, so it won't be safe for these people to go there.
That adds a much darker, more realistic layer to the 1930s and 40s. If the independent American duchies, Honduras, Guatemala, El Salvador, and Southern Mexico become hotbeds for fascism, the dream of a tropical sanctuary disappears. Instead of being a life form, these colonies become a western front of the Axis, right on America's doorstep. 1. The rise of the tropical Arab cause. In this timeline, the same far-right movement that took over Hungary, like the Arab Crossfire, would spread to the American colonies. The pure Magyar ideology. The elite settlers in these colonies, feeling threatened by the rising power of the United States and instability in Europe, might double down on the master race ideology. They would try to suppress the indigenous.
No, what it could be the opposite though, because the mixed people will be ruling, so there won't be any fascist movements, but there's still going to be fascism there because the nationalism from maybe escaped and fascist people after World War II, but it's going to be really low and just going to lose power and lose popularity anyway, because they have the same political system, say, as modern-day Hungary does. But what if, in this scenario, instead of fascism, they are a capitalist, but they're really poor, and
This creates a much more grounded and gritty reality. If the Magyar indigenous mixed population is in charge, the old world European racial ideology of fascism wouldn't take root because they would exclude the very people running the country. Instead, you have a peripheral capitalist state. These countries, Honduras, Guatemala, El Salvador, and Southern Mexico, become the workshops of the Hungarian empire, rich in resources, kept poor by the economic instability of the motherland. 1.
Now that's a fine
The economy of
equine
Hungary
specimen.
colonies, since they are capitalist but poor, the relationship between Budapest and the American duchies would look like a 19th century version of a banana republic. Resource rich, large Hungarian corporations with Guatemala, silver mines, and El Salvador. All the profit flows back to the Adriatic coast to pay off Hungary's massive World War I debt inflation, leaving the local workers very little. The Lijo stuff, the local currency, would likely be pegged to the Hungarian tango. And the tango suffered the worst hyperinflation in history after World War II. The savings of every family in Honduras and Mexico would have been wiped out overnight. 2. Tolerance. The mixed elite. The Magyar. Because the ruling class is mixed, society is more inclusive than the fashion version, but it is still a patronage system. Two powerful families, descendants of the original 1493 explorers and Bulgarians, control everything, basically a sophisticated upper class area, while the poor workers get simplified, realized, safety. Because they are poor, these colonies.
what do you mean by Creole language? How different would be the Creole language of that dialect then? how distinct would these three, the main ones, will be different to the regular Hungarian language?
In linguistics, a creole is a stable
Rdr2.
grammar that develops from simplifying and mixing of different languages. It usually starts with pidgin, the basic bridge language for trade. It becomes a creole when the next generation grows up speaking it as their primary tongue. In your time, the Hungarian spoken in the Americas will drift far from high Magna was spoken in Italy. Because Hungarian is a movement, take the prefix and the suffix together. The way it mixes with indigenous languages creates a unique linguistic DNA. 1. Three main dialects versus regular Hungarian. Here's how the three main branches will evolve by the modern era, compared to the standard Hungarian dialect. Linguistic flavor. Distinctive feature. Ziba Magya. Honduras, El Salvador. Nautical and coastal. Deeply influenced
Couldn't
by
do it without you, girl.
Many maritime locals. Vowels are longer, more melodic.
Lady. Good girl.
Highlands, formal and indigenous.
Been through it, ain't we?
Influenced by the complex social structure.
Made it this far, eh, girl?
Uses ancient Hungarian honorific, formal words, mixed with Maya and Guamo styles. Sharp fixing. Mexico and Magna. Southern Mexico.
That's my lady.
Aggressive and hybrid. Heavily influenced by Guamo. Has logic and Spanish tradition.
I'm proud of
The
it.
double suffix, adding Hungarian entrance to its Guado root. 2. Key differences from regular Hungarian. A. Grammatical simplification. Regular Hungarian has 18 plus cases, ways to change a noun depending on the order of the sentence. Creole shift. To make communication easier between Hungarian and
I love you, lady.
The American dialects would likely drop the most complex cases. Instead of changing the end of the word, they might use more prepositions, like English to, or with. Keep the word stem simple. The vowel harmony collapse. Standard Hungarian has strict vowel front vowels and back vowels, not mixing the same word. The Creole shift in the tropical dialects. This rule would likely break down. Borrowing indigenous words like Zoccolado or Quetzal would force the language to accept forbidden vowel combination, making the language sound much more chaotic and diverse than the European version. See loanword integration, or Lego. Hungarian acts like Lego bricks. In the Americas, they would take native roots and Hungarian, standard Hungarian, Paradixon, tomato, Creole Magyar, Tomat okay, tomato, using the Hungarian K plural as the native root, or Tomat band. How distinct
All right there.
What's your goddamn problem? Let's go. I got places to be. Come on.
Good morning, mister.
That's why you're my lady.
Lady's grain delivery's so good.
Morning.
Good to see you again. Be ready to lose.
What do you have?
I'll take a beer.
Okay, that's it for
You come
today.
far today? Sure looks like it.
Give me a beer, please.
Got to keep that whistle wet, huh?
Any trouble last night?
Nothing more than usual.
Well, trouble is usual. You're right about that. You know, there's laws against what your mama and papa did to make you.
Drink sure don't make
Hi,
you...
fellas.
Morning.
Another day in Valentine.
How did we end up
Give me something to drink.
Always worth having one for the road.
Oh. That looks not good.
Beer, please.
Good health.
Give me anything you like.
This'll fix you up.
Things got heated over at the saloon last night. Two fellas ended up shooting each other. Damn waste of life, if you ask me. It weren't nothing a beating couldn't have cured.
Again, huh?
Just give me a drink. Quick.
Down the hatch.
Oh, I remember Sprint. Holy fuck, I remember Sprint. Sprint mobile data. Mint mobile.
The KD1 Heavy Tank. This is the very first commercially available lawnmower specifically geared
Same
towards
again?
homeowners. It was released in 1938 by Toro.
Give me something to drink.
This'll fix you up.
You good?
Situation/MAGA street fight, the disturbing new David Berger case details some huge Iran war developments, and how the Republicans are making a mad dash to try to rig the midterms. First, I have a quick special guest. Hey guys,
Just a second.
So I'm Lindsay.
Just give me a drink. Quick.
Got to keep that whistle wet, huh? One more?
Of course. Keep them coming.
You come far today? Sure looks like it.
Don't get me started with Erica Kurt. I cannot stand her. I don't like Charlie Kurt either. My grandpa thinks he's a communist. I think he's a communist.
Give me anything you like.
Down the hatch.
Threats, even though Secret Service would be present. Seemingly, it was because she wanted to confront reporters head on.
And it was because many of the journalists in that room have attempted to dehumanize me.
Oh, fucking please.
Hero Keen hasn't got a good word to say about Smithfields. No, this'll fix you up.
That is what it is.
Outlets were spending the night playing nice, even though they knew the next day they just returned to conflict and infight. And then she was also upset with their choice to immediately pull out their phones after shots broke out.
Okay, I'm gonna watch this, and I'll be back in 30 minutes.
I'll take a beer.
Good health.
I can't stand Erica Kurt. She's just a whiny little bitch. She whines about her husband. Yeah, my grandmother likes him. I don't. I can't stand Erica Kurt. Maybe. What was her name? Kansas Owens may be right. Kansas Owens. Maybe she's right about one thing. As Charlie Kurt's wife, she's banking on her husband's death.
Another?
Many of those people have become so desensitized that fight or flight became secondary to the opportunity of putting themselves in authority.
This'll fix you up.
First of all, Erica Kurt, there's no such thing as liberal teachers. Second of all, it's actually the supervisors of the fucking teachers that are pushing this. It's not the teachers themselves. Remember what I said a couple of videos. The teachers get way too much. They get pushed way too hard. And in my opinion, I think teachers they get too much blame. But it's here in Ontario, it's the Board of Administration of Ontario. I do not like them at all. The electronic ban, yeah, they push Chromebooks on kids, but no phones in classrooms. I do not support that. There's no electronics in classrooms, including Chromebooks. I'm just being fair. And plus, Chromebooks are worse than desktops.
All right, but take a breather after this one.
Anyways, I'm not going to stop talking about it.
So, how are you?
Give me anything you like.
Okay, heavyweight.
Give me something to drink.
Good health.
Give me anything you like.
One beer.
Beer, please.
You come far today? Sure looks like it.
Another drink, yeah.
Got to
That's it.
keep that whistle wet, huh? See that cattle skull facing you as you come in the door there? Had a
Feller.
Oh, what a chump.
Big fella.
You dumb galoot.
Hey.
You damn unlucky.
Got one mighty obvious tell there, partner.
I don't know, but I know things are going to be different in the new city.
Hey there.
But everything's kind of the same. Sure, it hurts to be you right now.
That last drink was one too many.
Hello?
Just ain't your day, is it?
You ain't been through in a while. Have a look around. Nice. Enjoy.
Found a piece of gold in the river.
Careful out there.
Excuse me.
Hello there.
Oh, hello.
You all right? Pretty damn well.
Hey, partner.
Howdy.
The wife gave me an earful about spending more time with the children.
Good girl. Let's go. Who's my girl? Couldn't do it without you, girl.
Any reason you've got your gun drawn?
Getting through it, ain't we? Slower! You've never let me down, girl. That's my lady.
Nice evening.
my horse look that nice.
Slow it. What a horse you are.
So it's like told this girl that I was going on a date with, supposed to go on a date with. I don't know now. I told her, well, because I have an S25, S22, I can give her my S22, but I have an S23. I can technically give her my S23 phone or my S22 5 base model phone if she moves here. But I luckily could inherit a house. But it's easier. I could probably let my sister move in with her boyfriend. But I cannot let her have dogs here. No dogs, no cats. I'll let her rent this place. I'll let her live here, but I have to pay rent on it while I'm living in another state. And that's my plan. I'll talk about it later.
You good?
Yeah, I didn't mean to hit my fucking horse. I didn't mean to hit my fucking horse. He was gonna kick me. No, I was trying to press. God damn it. That was. No, I was trying to press C, not at the. I was pressing circle, just not meant to hit the horse. Oh yeah, I was supposed to press triangle. Yes, I just remember what I was trying to press. Triangle. And actually press C. Punch the horse.
Well, that's nice.
Hey. All right, stranger.
I'm proud of you.
Morning, sir.
Guard members, and even Green Berets. Before it was over, thousands of people would take part. At one point, around 1,400 searchers were involved in a single day. More than 56 square miles were eventually covered. And after all that, they still found nothing physical to indicate what happened to Dennis. There were leads, but none of them changed the case. For example, small footprints were found in the area and appeared to belong to a child. They seemed that it was over thousands operation involving the mountains and weather made things even worse. By the next morning, the search had grown into something enormous. What began as a frantic family search turned into a full-scale operation involving rangers, volunteers, Boy Scouts, horse teams, helicopters, National Guard members, and even Green Berets. Before it was over, thousands of people would take part. At one point, around 1,400 searchers were involved in a single day. More than 56 square miles were eventually covered. And after all that, they still found nothing physical to indicate what happened to Dennis. There were leads, but none of them changed the case. For example, small footprints were found in the area and appeared to belong to a child.
Out of the way! Lady. Couldn't do it without you, girl. Been through it, ain't we? That's my lady. Whoa! Whoa! I'm proud of it.
Just a blind old fool. Don't be like me. Be a wise man. Be a fool for love. Help a blind man.
Take this. You know what to do, girl. There. I love you, lady. What a horse you are.
How do you do?
Everyone in here is this racing got set upon outside the room. There's a lot more
Welcome
fun
back.
when you drink.
What's it to be?
Just give me a drink, quick.
Here's your beer.
I'll take a beer.
Nothing but bastards today.
One beer.
I'll say. He must have blown in on his own wind.
Same again?
Give me something to drink.
Always worth having one for the road.
You got that right.
Beer, please.
You come far today? Sure looks like it.
Damn. That sentence was covered in honey.
Anyway, I gotta go.
Give me anything you like.
Always worth having one for the road. Old Joseph sold up. All on cards.
Yep, I know.
I'll take a beer.
You come far today? Sure looks like it.
I'm fine. Don't you tell me I'm not.
I tell you, it's the curse.
Give me something to drink.
Got to keep that whistle wet, huh?
I gave him one hell of a whomping, let me tell you.
I'll be back in 10 minutes, all right?
He's dull as an ox and twice as stupid.
How you keeping? I ain't complaining. Happy to hear it.
I tell you, half them sheep been stole.
If you have to warn a feller twice, you ain't warning me.
Everyone in here smells like sheep.
I kick the hell out of any man who disrespects me.
Well, hello there.
So, how you been?
About as well as pig as shit.
How's everything going?
You know, could be better. Things been kind of normal. Just keeping myself busy, minding my own business.
Don't figure that'll change much.
Well, hello there.
How you keeping?
I ain't complaining.
Now you.
Just give me a drink, quick.
Here's your beer.
Alright, I'm back. Having some Ritz crackers right now.
Give me something to drink.
Down the hatch.
You have a fine evening. I swear, I ain't recognize no one around here no more. Interlopers, they all.
No denying it, Valentine's taken a turn for the worse. One more?
That son of a bitch Marshall's gotten in for all of us. Thinks he's better to deal with hard-working folks, I'd say.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, well.
Great. Thanks.
Whoa!
I'm going to Van Horn.
Let me get through. I'll keep moving. I don't notice the bad stuff.
Come on, girl. One more time.
That's a nice horse.
Made it this far, eh, girl?
Hello.
So, how you doing? Well, I'm good and drunk.
Bet we'll be there by 3 o'clock. And again. We could go.
Good morning. What are you waiting for?
Okay, I'm putting these away.
Morning to you. Giddy up.
Go.
Morning to you.
That's my lady. Let up. That's my girl. Easy. Now. Good girl. Girl. For you, miss. Lady. Got an appetite. Good girl. Been through it, ain't we?
Well, well, look who it is. Howdy. You sure got a good eye for horses. That one looks in prime condition. What do you say to another race? I know you beat me last time, but I've been training this one hard. Why don't we race to Van Horn, the trading post?
Oh, hell, why not?
All right, let's race!
Buddy, you're gonna get your ass fucking kicked, alright? Literally, this horse is made for racing. But I don't even skip the river, I can just... I think I can race it with my box truck, but this thing has the acceleration. Look at this.
That's my lady. Good girl.
Come on! What was that? I can't believe, after all the work we've done. Bye now.
Not a bad race. Maybe another time.
Next time, friend. Next time we'll get you. You can write that down.
Good work, girl. As usual.
Huh.
Good riding, girl. Hey, mister. It ain't that bad, okay? Hey. Don't get so head up. Miss?
Hey,
Life. It's no joke, huh?
you and me both.
You take care now.
Goodbye now.
Come in, hello. Feel free to have a poke about.
Hey, boy. You're a good dog. Hey, buddy. Hey, little fella.
You got the right goods, I'll cook something up in no time. Take it from me, either drink this or ride your horse, but never both.
Won't ask too many questions about its previous owners.
Remember to keep all this to yourself, eh?
Yeah, thanks.
Is there, anyone there who can help?
All right then, get comfortable. You'll be as clean as a baby in no time. Hope the water ain't too hot.
What's with all the folks out there, huh?
Yeah, that's how it goes in these parts.
Sure got dirty, didn't I?
Mm-hmm.
Abigail, that's my wife's name. I'm real lucky to have her.
There are no secrets with you, huh?
How's your fella feel about you doing this?
I don't know you well enough to answer that.
Tell me how you spend your time when you're not, you know.
Whiskey is always a good time.
This life thing? No one told me it'd be so hard. I ain't so good at it.
Well, that's dark.
I was supposed to be bathing, not talking.
Oh, don't worry, hon. I'm going to hell for the things I've heard and hear.
Don't think I can stay in here much longer.
You have a good one, hon.
All right.
What you want?
Sometimes I wonder how any of us cope.
Is that so?
Keep at it, huh?
Bye.
Move! Hey, lady!
Hello!
It's a good spot, this, ain't it?
Oh?
So long, man.
You take care.
What in the hell?
Who's my girl? Couldn't do it without you, girl. I'm proud of you. Easy. Hey, miss. Who's a good girl? Lady. Good girl. Relax. All right there. Look out! Been through it, ain't we? Who's a good horse? Well done, lady. That's my lady. Made it this far, eh, girl? Yes, Missy. Nice filly. Ain't you fine? Ain't you special? Hey,
So,
Take some rest now.
There it is.
A very good morning to you.
Welcome back, mister.
Now, how can I ease your troubles?
Sir, good morning.
See you next time.
Hank McCruthers said he found some Injuns squatting in his hut. Mm-hmm.
You're gonna miss me.
Oh God, I'm big or now. Hello, John. Hello, Dutch. Best people in my life. We can't fight nature, John. Can't fight. Never mind.
How do you do, sir?
How's your luck?
Not good at all.
Hello.
How's things?
Oh, I can't complain.
I change, can't fight.
Can you believe I just heard one of them damn people treatment to us whites? I mean, really.
Oh, God.
I hate that damn piano.
Voice can fight nature, John.
Slow up now! hey, easy. the... You lady? Couldn't do it without you, girl.
Anyways, I'm gonna go now.